Alrighty, welcome back to the stream. My name is NutRaisin. We are playing PLO 20 on RunItOnce and microgaming, depending on the traffic on each side. And let's get started. Right now we are only sitting on one table, still waiting for some spots on microgaming to open, and I've thrown my hat into the ring for all my 6 entries at microgaming. Okay, you know, if you play this hand, then this is about as good as it gets. Well, a decent board. Open-ender, nut flush draw, backdoor flush draw. Money is going in here if he wants to. Ooh, and the new PLO 20 table opens on micro. Awesome. I'm still gonna pot it here, I think. There's some fold equity there. Also, we have the straights pretty well blocked. Take down a decent one. Good start. Alright, and I found a spot on a PLO 20 table on microgaming. Not quite good enough. Unfortunately, this one is down to heads up. Oh, sorry, this one. So I'm gonna close it. Okay. Flop the flush, which I've been told is not a bad thing at all in heads up. Like even small flushes are pretty valuable. Ooh, he comes back. Don't leave the table. Okay, good. Caught it just in time. And I also managed to figure out why I wasn't able to import all my previous hands from microgaming, so now I have a much better sample size on a lot of these players. Certainly gonna be helpful. Okay, we have some hands. We have this one, which is nice, and I wonder if I can re-raise this one. It's probably not horrible. Alright, so let's go with a really small bet sizing out of position. I don't do this a lot at all. Here, wow. So we have both the backdoor flushes. We are against the whole table, so I'm not c-betting this. I'll be checking a lot of hands here. I'm also not folding it. He is tanking, he's raising, fair enough. This works often enough here on table 3 that it's worth my time to give that a shot, I think. So we're gonna go about this one. I guess calling. Things get spicy if he decides to come over the top, because then we would probably just put it in. Well, we still might, but okay. Well, we still have to complete wrap. That's not helpful. Not helpful at all. It's very unlikely that we have him beat, that he's on a draw, because we have all the draws covered. Actually, you know, this board pairing card might have been every once in a while a fun one to just pot it myself. I can see that we might get some folds there. Okay. That's something, I guess. Alrighty. Surprisingly, PLO 10 is making a comeback on RunItOnce. I like to see that. I would prefer to see more people playing PLO 10, but it's good for the site that there's some that people can try out the software for, you know, only a $10 buying game. It's Queen 8-5. I think it's close. Oh, hey, you two. Hi, Raven. Hey, MPN. Oh, hey, Adam. Awesome. Thanks for the command, for the bot command. And thanks for the good luck, Raven. Nice to have you back in the channel. Right, so with all the backdoors, I mean, I'm not blocking the straight, but still I have top and bottom. I have a gutter myself and a queen high flush draw plus 2 pair. I wonder if I'm supposed to go broke here. It's a strange bet sizing now. Thinking about possibly coming over the top. I wonder if he can ever find a fold. Probably not, given the way this hand was played. Wow. Right on, so I'll kill the... Thanks, Adam, for setting up that command. I'll kill the other Nightbot command, the one with the help decide the structure. Do that right now. Oh wow, and you put a timer in there as well? Jesus! Nice! Okay. Alright, I disabled the other thing with the poles. Guess let's check again. Might be good. We have some showdown value. One of the few rainbow hands that can be played from under the gun, I would think. He deliberated and then ended up checking. We do take it down. I don't know what he thought about. The ace queen 7-5 is what he had. Start off by checking here. It is PLO, of course. We have a... Hang on. Right. We have a play money tournament with an added prize pool on table 1 I took it down of $5, which I'm gonna send by PayPal. It's split up for like first 3 places. And we have a $2.20 buy-in PLO tournament for, you know, real money. 5,000 starting chips and I believe 500 blinds. Well, that's awesome of you. We have the top set. We have a backdoor flush draw. Thank you, he says. Well, that might be premature. Yeah, just a pure flush draw. Please don't do me like that. Well, there you have it. And good manners to boot, that guy. That's the thank you there. Well, might actually work on some opponents. They start being tilted. Don't think it's gonna work on me. Flop nicely on a microgaming table. Very nicely, actually. I have a pair, a set, I have a flush draw. On table 1 I took it down with the 3-bet with the King Jack 9-10. A little bit unfortunate. I'll be sure to thank him if I win a pot against him. Something I usually don't do, but he could use some reality checking. That's not gonna be in this hand though. On microgaming I get raised. Oh, hang on, I think I need to change some camera settings that I adjusted for the night. Hang on. Wrong button there. Yeah, that'll do it. Ooh, another nice hand right afterwards. Yep, that's better. Look kinda pale there. In a splash pot, I think this is an okay call. Top and bottom and a flush draw. Here, also flop interesting. To make my straight here, queen comes in, which isn't awesome. Here I should have bet. Here I should have bet the turn. With the nut flush, if he has queen jack or queens, then so be it. He checked the turn. He seems to be a happy customer. A decent splash, King Jack 9-6. I think I want to fight for this one. We got some foldy guys at the table. Yeah, right. That one wasn't ideal. Gonna go with one bet, and then let it be. I have aces on the LOL guy table, on the Terry table. I'll take this one down. Perfect. He raises, and let's do this. Not great aces, but aces. And that's all I'm asking for. He can't fold, interesting. So this seems to be a pretty reggy table. Except for this guy, who seems to be a spot. Not quite. We do have a gutter, but I doubt we'll be able to see a turn here. Okay, there were a whole bunch of good turn cards that could have allowed us to continue here. You know, any 4, 5, 6, 7. Not 7, but 4, 5, 6, 8. Possibly even a 9. I'm actually gonna fold this one. I don't think he's pretty tough to play against out of position, I think. Being as aggressive as he is. Raksha! Welcome to the channel. Oh, welcome back, I should say. Nice to see you. Alright, so not really much to do here. With all the 10s, I'm actually gonna give it a shot. Right on. Up here I turned into rivered interestingly. I think it's worth a bet with a 7 in my hand. Very nice aces on the round table. Certainly gonna be worth a bet. Ah, they took it down pre. Fair enough. Some blinds coming our way. Took this one down as well. Alright, Adam. Yeah, we had a, well, sort of frustrating session yesterday, I guess. We got the money in pretty well, especially in the later part of the session. And just got hammered down by the dealer. Managed a small comeback in the end. We were down like 6 binds at some point, and in the end we finished down like 3 and a little bit. Okay, they're playing for it all. 8, no. Oh! No, thank you from you this time, huh? He's staying vocal. He's being a gentleman, just saying nice hand. No lol in there. Never mind. I spoke too soon. Well, you know, at least he seems to be able to take it as well, as good as it gives. It's not leaving. So I take that as a good sign. We turn a gutter, we have a pair, and I guess we have the nut flush blocker. I'm just noticing, if he bets, I'm gonna go for the check raise. Oh, they're playing a big one. What's going on here? Aces against aces, okay. Happy to see that he folded there. I'm gonna take that note. Actually, he has a open folding range, three-handed dice. I don't remember the position, unfortunately. I wonder, out of position with the 3 in there. I think it's probably just a standard call. Now again, I have blockers to the nuts, but I don't think I want to go for it this time around. Just let him have it. Ace, King, 10, 5, single through to the ace, fine open. So we're heads up in position. That's not a bad card at all. Giving us top 2 and a nut flush draw. Got some fun stuff going on here. I took it down on table 4 with the turn c-bet. The 8, so I do have that 8 myself. Okay, here we get action, and I flopped the mortal nuts on a microgaming table here. Raven, see you later. Thanks for dropping by. Now, unless he river jacks, we should be good, right? Here we get a cold call, which is all kinds of amazing. Okay, one thing after another. This one we take down. Here we flop 2 pair and a nut flush draw. I'm gonna keep betting actually. And here I can't really fold at this SPR. Not sure if I can fold there. Might. This one we're taking down. Yeah, let me copy this handout. I'll take a look at it later. Can I fold the... Can I fold the flop? I might actually. I still have half my stack remaining there. It was the early, like the under the gun player donked. The other guy went over the top. Maybe I should have folded the fold. I mean, as it turns out, seeing their hands, I was probably right to call, but... That's not the point. The point is, you know, general principles. Am I folding there? Am I calling there? I'm torn. What would you have done, Raksha? kind of feel like it should be folded. Folded. You're playing for another one. 2 pair and flush draw. Okay. Richie Rob! Hey, welcome back, Richie! How did your session go yesterday? Richie Rob, a very nice tournament streamer. Usually streams no delay during the week, if I remember that right. From England. Very nice fella. Ooh, I found a much better PLO 20 table on micro. Where's the gutter, the backdoor flush, and overpair? I think I'm calling her once. That's an interesting card. I guess he doesn't have to straight, otherwise he wouldn't have checked the turn, unless he has like hearts and has like none of the flush cards, but then even then it would be relatively tight, I think. Have a very nice hand here. What an awesome flop that is. Giving us top pair, an open ender, the second nut flush draw. Wow. Ah, no fair. I think not suited to the king, 2 of the button. Now check this one out. We get raised where I have slightly better kings, as in double suited kings down here. These I'm not gonna lay down. Also not gonna put any more money in on this flop. Okay, let's make this up with aces up here. So it was king 5-3 up there, suited to the 5 that I folded in MP. Let's check that out. Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt about it. That's a okay board. Oh, you're a cash game player by trade. That I didn't know. Trying to stream tournaments to get better. Right on. Yeah, you and me both. I end up on the graveyard shift a lot myself. Streaming until like 1, 2, sometimes 3 in the morning. You need to stream more than... That's a nice needle. That's pretty funny. I can't do nothing about it. I'll give it a shot. Okay, denied. So he's not having a straight, most likely, since I have that blocked. I have no hearts. Making this a good chance that he actually has a heart. Looks like he does. On the most interesting table, nothing much has happened in the meantime, I think. Stacks look to be pretty much the same. Closing the action. This guy doesn't raise, certainly gonna take a look here. Pop a top pair and I guess all the back doors. He bet into... how many people did he bet into? 2. He's betting pot, never mind. Not the spot to call with top pair for pot-sized bet, I feel. Out of position for the rest of the hand as well. Up here in this splash pot where somebody raised really small, I didn't expect any of these guys to come over the top here much at all. Figured I'll limp along with a very speculative hand. I'm kind of hoping somebody bets, because then I can come over the top. We flopped nicely up here in the meantime. We flop interestingly down here as well, where I came over the top. This one I'm not folding. Should he? Okay, let's do this then. Alright, that 10 isn't too happy, but I kind of wanna go after the money that's in there. I get called here, which is unfortunate. This makes sense. Well, yes, the second nut flush draw, fair enough. Here I decided to continue c-betting since I have all the 10s, making it that much less likely that he does have a straight. And on table 3 I took it down with the turn bet. I mean, the problem here on table 1 with the bet was that it got checked through all the way. I'm representing the nut flush, so I had the ace, I had the ace paired, and I didn't bet it. I mean, it's not unlikely that I have an ace that I don't bet. The question is perception, like, do weaker players see that? I might have an ace that I'm not betting there. Or they just bet a lot of their own aces, and hence just don't assume I have one. Once I go over the top there. Interesting. That's true, Richie Rob, if you wanna learn PLO, insofar as I can be helpful in that. That's up to you to judge. Then I'm definitely streaming a lot, so I have volume going for me. I'm not sure about quality, but I have quantity going for me. And Boss is in the channel as well. Nice to see you back, Boss. I assume we're gonna be in the Sunday sprint together again this weekend? Which is starting at midnight this time around. It's not starting at noon. And Richie, you should learn PLO. If you, I gather you played a long time, so you're used to swings. That part's not... Your mental game is presumably strong. Big pot brewing up here. I was gonna say deep in the tank, but he got disconnected. Fair enough. It's queen 6-7. Limp from this guy? That's very strange. I'm actually gonna let this go. That's completely weird. So it's gonna be the old undergun limp re-raise? Yeah! That's where a HUD comes in. A HUD comes in handy in this case. Yeah, duh. What else are you gonna show up with there? Come on, beat us! Beat him! Beat him! Just because he pulled that move. There you go. The good old under the gun limp re-raise, huh? Kind of narrows down your range a little bit. Okay. So very nice turn. And he showed earlier that he can call big bets. Quick bet too. I'm gonna let it go. There's something said to the fact that people usually, if they bet quick, have something. They need some time to figure out the bluff. I see it like the 8 blockers or something in his hand, where, like, you know, having 2 8s or something. But even then, he probably would have needed a second. Decided to flat call here, although the 10-5 combo, it occurs to me now, is probably not the one I want to do this with. Now, I have a top pair, and I have a lot of backdoor flushes. We're stuck in that race. By all means do. It starts at midnight, yeah, this time around. It's a good thing we're talking about it then, if you weren't aware. What? How did we win this? Because he 3-bet king, queen, queen 5? Wow, let me take a note on that. So that was the guy who limped 3-bet the aces earlier. No, he 3-bet... Well, he does have a decent 3-bet frequency, to say the least. King, queen, queen 5, single suited... Is he in position? No, I guess I don't think he was, right? I think he might have been. And how about that hand on table 3? Did I actually take this one down? There's a pair of 10s there. I did. This guy had the king 9-8 deuce. Any suits? Yeah, suited king. Oops, why I could have sworn I clicked the button. Yeah, get some hints in. It might be... How many hours did you play last time around? Did you go full machine? I know I did. Queen deuce. I think it's a fine squeeze. Those with king queen. Why not? Now if he finds a way to come over the top here. I think I'll pot this one actually. Up here, Pony Killer finds a lead on this board for full pot. I'll let him have it. And we block top sets. Lower sets are pretty unlikely. It's definitely from him. There's some wraps that can call. Not that many. So I would assume he doesn't have any sets. Got aces up here. And I flop very nicely here. Unfortunately, the blue shirt isn't in it. So I took it down with the pot-sized bet there. Without a flush draw, I'll just call here. Let's do this first. Yeah, that's the other option. That you have the date. Yep. Okay, that's the front door flush draw coming in. See if he likes it. Doesn't look like it. I miraculously make the nuts here, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, hopefully gonna have to be stalking me at PLO 50 by then, a boss. Not a boss. Richie Rob. Should be nice, because there's usually more tables going on at PLO 50. Not right now, though, but generally speaking. I'm really hoping they're gonna release the new patch soon. I have a feeling we'll need it. It'll have a lot of players coming back, I think. Okay, giving us top 2. These I could have maybe just called here on the button. For 100 BB, it's not a huge issue either way. It's slightly more interesting once you get deeper, but still, might have been just a call for change. Although for unsuited, offsuited aces, they're not horrible. So, do you do that habitually, the donking? No, not really. He's donking for the full pot. That full pot sizing is weird, but I've seen people do it with very good hands, where I just ended up calling because I was confused. Like, they would never do this, like, you know, with top set or whatever, and they did show up with top set. I accidentally played a lot of hours too. You must have. I mean, you came in 4th, right? He did have that king, didn't bet it the whole way. Oh. You stopped the lolling for now. Judging by our stack sizes, I can see why. Okay. Given the SPR, I'm putting it in here. Maybe a flush draw wants to call. Yep, that's what he has. No, don't, not with the ace right away. That was just a cheap shot. That might be the same gentleman as down here. With the thank you. Yeah, you keep calling the nut flush draws, my friend. See where that gets ya. 8-9 hours. Wow, that is a lot. That's very respectable. That's a lot of hours. This might make it a little tougher to get away from against this gentleman. Okay, that's very nice of him to check. Also very nice of him to not have a better hand. Yeah, and judging by the thank you up here, I have a feeling it might be the same guy as Terry on table 3. Okay. Oh, I thought I could have sworn I hit that button. Here we turn nicely. Yeah, that's a respectable amount of hours. 8-9 hours. How many tables did you play? Because at some point I ended up 6-tabling for quite a while, I think. Ooh, wow. There are way better PLO 20 tables out there on micro right now. Awesome. That is not a bad flop. Probably one I could have checked here to have some nice hands at my small blind checking range. I think I would have preferred that. As played now. I'm gonna keep betting. I had a very nice hand on another microgame table. Sort of by checking here. Okay, let's check it out. It's unfortunate now any pair would take it down. Didn't have a pair, and we took it down instead. Okay. So I guess the king-queen would be a hand that didn't bet the flop and wants to bet now. Somehow I don't buy it. So the queen 9 we block, but that one you might have bet on the flop right away, right? I think I'll just call here. Just the queen 9, okay. Oh yeah, the queen jack. That's another option. I didn't consider the queen jack. They would play it like that. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I think I streamed for more than, like, almost 14 hours, I think, in total. That's true. Yes, it really was. I also saw, like, 3 huge splashes. Like, all over, above 200 BB. Oh wait, 400 BB. So that was entertainment right there. That's pretty good. And of course, topped it off by winning the last one. An 800 BB splash for a 270 euro pot, which was just the cherry on top for that day. Actually made up my whole profit of the day, because in the end I was up a decent amount of buy-ins without the splash. But at the end some pink shirt or some crazy dude just kept getting there. We could, no matter what we did, we couldn't beat him. Guess we have him. No, the 9 gave him straight. Yeah, that's true. There was a stretch of 6 tabling in there. I feel like the good old days when I was massively multi-tabling. On the last 10 I'm gonna play on this table because I only need 4 tables. I opened this one up because I thought it was nice, but it doesn't look that nice, so I'm rather gonna stick around on the other 2. Not before playing the double suited aces. Right on. So we have a gutter, which wouldn't be turned nuts. We have a nut flush draw. We have sort of a blocker situation going on a little bit. It is! It's awesome! And for some time I thought that actually he's like Phil Gaffon in disguise, but apparently that's not the case. Just some friendly individual who wants to boost the side. Yeah, that's really awesome of him. And he spent a lot of money so far on these promotions too. I mean, they've been going on for a while. They've been a lot of them. Quite a thing. Just lost a bunch of blinds here when I tried to bluff him on the river in a raised pot, ace high board. But I guess the story I told wasn't that convincing. He ended up calling with kings, and good for him. Okay, we get aces on his table. So raise and a call, we get to put in $3. So let's. I guess now he's gonna call as well. But the SPR is still pretty large. A little less than 3. Probably have to let it go. If he bets into 2 people. Yeah. He's sitting out, what the deuce? Let's hope he'll sit back in. Okay. Right. So with the 7 and the king of diamonds here, I'm not gonna just call. I think I'm gonna come over the top. Probably gonna be a bad fold, to be honest. It sucks. There's a decent argument to be made. I shouldn't have bet the turn at all. Yeah. Oh no, the blue shirt left. Yeah, and he was the same one on the other table as well. He left here. As well. That's unfortunate. He was a fun player. And I think that hand I misplayed. At least on the turn. The flop I'm fine with. Coming over the top there with a bunch of blockers. The turn I could have just checked and given up. Either that or just call the flop. I think either of those would have been fine. Well, but the good news is that the player pool is filling up, so we might be able to ditch some microgaming tables soon. Ooh, they're playing a big one. It's 9, huh? Okay. Nine, that's fine. Fine, I think, 2 of the button. Not sure if it can call a re-raise. Let's check that out. Once the pre-flop is over. Ten, 9, 6. Yes, it can. It's right at the cutoff. The 9-5 would be a fold. That one I would have guessed. But this hand, as is, can raise and call a re-raise. Cool. Nah. Got aces down here in the small blind, no point in just calling out of position. Nope. Not with the dangler. Yes, please. Oof. Well, we do have a pair. Really, for the pot size, in position, no? Okay. Gonna be a raise fold. Checking here, gets the very, very active player. In 36 hands, he raised before the flop 44% of the time. So we got top and bottom, backdoor flush draw. Let's take one off. Make that 3 pair, I guess. Not blocking the flush, not blocking the Broadway. Okay. Right on. Let's put the squeeze in here with the double suited king 10-9. Now I was gonna say, like, if he comes over the top, this is a spot where I'm not sure what to do at all. Like, no, I'm not coming over the top myself, but I wonder if a cold call is like completely horrible here. Because I don't think I can check this one out in the matrix, can I? Actually, I can. Pretty much this exact spot. So this would be a hand to come over the top with? Really? For a cold 4-bet? Uh-huh. I mean, now we're in a kind of an interesting spot. We have a gutter, we have both the backdoors. We have the kings, which I don't expect to be good super often, to put it mildly. Nope, flush draw comes in, that's unfortunate. So that would have been a cold 4, really? I'm very surprised by that. Well, the more you know. We'll try to keep that in mind for next time. Ooh, that looks mighty nice. The double suited ace-ace and 9-8 in the big blind. We get a little bit of action from the small blind. Oof, okay. So in position, this one I'll just be checking. Unless he... doesn't make much sense for me to bet at this point, I think. It's obviously pretty much the worst turn, river. Right on. You had the king jack 10-10, fair enough. Can't really argue with that. Button, huh? Okay. That worked out nicely to check. Giving us a set. Now unfortunately the flush draw comes in. We're blocking the straight heavily, so that's not a major concern. We do have a club ourselves. Let's see how we fare here. Let's check this out as well. We checked and we take it down. And here we get to put more money in with the ace, ace, queen, jack, suited to the queen. Get the call. I guess we're gonna be playing this one 3 ways. Yep. Well, that'll work for me. Gonna size up quite a bit here, I think. Yeah. Not blocking any of the straight draws there. And likewise not blocking continuation ranges, so if they have a straight draw, they're gonna call even for pot size if they have like a wrap. Now let's keep watching this. I'll switch over to the other table if there's action. Up here, this is the flop we're getting, and I'm not gonna c-bet a small blind call here, who's hitting this board a lot more than I am, generally speaking. He bets, and I'm gonna let it go with the open-ender. Yeah, he bets a little more than half. There on table 1. So let it go. Not getting the price for the pure open-ender, and I guess set outs, but still. More aces finding their way to us on this table. Might be one to check, to be honest. I am basically not gonna like any turn but an ace. I think I might let this one go. Yeah. I'll sleep better for it. Okay, end up making a straight here. Ten-7. Real didn't bet that hand. Two pair and the open ender, huh? Just gonna get a general note. So I'm zigging and zagging at the wrong spots, it seems. And when I get it all in, I got drawn out a little bit. So subsequently, we're down a little bit for the session. Not a major deal so far. Not like 3 binds, something like that. Some of that definitely self-inflicted. This is pretty nice. Giving us the top set down here. We got called, and if this wasn't the king of diamonds, I would certainly put the rest of it in with all the straight blockers. He checks right away. He has the straight. Wow, he called with the pure straight draw there. I guess on a turn he had a pair of nines. Well, we definitely didn't. He didn't get the right price on a turn, I think. So we did all we could do. Oh no, the fun player left on this table. Guess I might as well. Bottom set. I wouldn't mind if he pots it here, being short. Yes, there's pretty much not a single spot on this table left. Check out table 2. Table 2 doesn't look much better at all, to be honest. If I could find some more interesting tables. Nope. It's a good last hand to get here. Ace, ace, 9 deuce, single suited in hearts. To the ace. Sorry about that. So it really doesn't raise all that often. I'm inclined to give him some credit here. Okay. Nut flush blocker took it down. Follow up the nut flush blocker by the nuts, the pre-flop nuts. Ace, king 8. On the button here. Ooh, and a very active player joined this table. To our left. Oh yeah. 3-bet, 23% over a sample of 100 hands. So on micro we are up like roughly 2 binds, pretty close to 2 binds. And on RunItOnce I think we're down a little more than that. Yeah, almost 4, so in total down over a little over 2 binds, somewhere in that neighborhood. Getting aces might help in the endeavor to get unstuck. Nope. Gonna call here. Suited ace, sidecards are decently connected. We flop a pair and the gut shot backdoor flush. Very much like to see a turn. Okay, that's a turn I like to see. Let's go for the raise fold. Okay. Swapline called us here with the queen 6-7. Not gonna see bet him on an ace high board. Oh, what's that all about? No. Come on, come back. Everything else is fine, so it's not a problem on my end that I'm getting a disconnect here. Still not back, which is unfortunate. I have a nice end up here as well. Nope, not with the deuce into 3. That's a little bit too weak. I would really love to be able to do something here. Well, as you see nothing. Still disconnected. Not sure what's up with that. Put a message about it in Discord, see if somebody has any idea. So put it in the Discord. For some reason I took that one down. Fortunately the table is breaking. Yeah, and I guess I'm gonna close the RunItOnce client. Which just crashed anyway. Fair enough. So sorry about that. Some technical issues, it seems. Okay, bottom set, but there's a whole bunch of draws on this board he could have. Don't necessarily need to be beat. Definitely gonna put the money in here. Especially since I'm a little short. Hey, top set is tough to beat. Top set is tough to beat. Right, 10 high flush draw, gutter. Not a great turn. I'm also not gonna bluff at this, I think. Well, actually, having no showdown value. Well, not much anyway. I suspect if he doesn't have TAs, he probably has a king, and if he does, he has a better kicker than I do. I have a 10 in my hand. Cool. And I'm back on RunItOnce. Ooh, not only that, a third PLO 20 table is now opening on RunItOnce. Good news. And a fourth, awesome. So I can close all these microgaming tables. Very nice. Ah, that's much better. A microgaming only stream. No, the other one. RunItOnce only stream is of course what I mean. Alright, let's get some buy-ins back on RunItOnce. Up here, just gonna check it down. Took it down on table 3 with the pre-flop raise, the jacks. He finds the button he was looking for. And I find it a very decent board, giving us top and bottom. And a nut flush draw. 4 ways, wow. Okay, giving us top 2 now, not blocking any straights. Kind of want to go for some value. Don't think he has a set, and ace-7 is gonna call ace-9, and we're gonna split it. And he got lucky there, hitting the 9. We had him until then. I think he didn't have any better 2 pair, did he? He had ace-king 9-3. Nope. He did not. We got aces and we got action. With the ace queen queen 8 here, I think we're gonna come over the top. We just get called, which is also news, and we flopped decently enough. Flopped decently enough up here as well. With the 5s. Well, first of all here, gonna pot it. I put it in the Discord, Adam. That's us. Ooh, baby! Check it out! 80 bucks, 3-ways. We have ace queen. But thanks, Adam. I'll let them know. Check it out! 3-ways. Yes! 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 Ladies and gentlemen, we're in profit now. We're not in the red anymore. Oh, right on. Right on, Shazam! Yeah! I'll take that. 120 bucks in profit. Ended up making a full house. Whew. Whew. Shazam indeed. Twitchbot, nope, not broke. You know, being a tight as knit and hitting splashes left and right is my recipe for success. End up making 2 pair here, I'm just gonna check it down. Not yet. Not yet. Oh, RunItOnce Nick saw it and he... He sent me a PM, so... I'm distracted for a moment, it'll be because I'll be answering him. That's pretty awesome. He did get lucky, and thanks! Appreciate it. Need to reset on this table. Because I timed out there, and I couldn't sit back in. TwitchBot, I have been doing pretty well actually. I finished the month up around 1.7k, and the week ended nicely. I took down the Sunday sprint in first place for an additional $100 there, and we also saw 3 splashes during the Sunday sprint, and I managed to take down the last one, an 800 BB splash for a profit of $250 in that one. Oh, I was involved in the hand. You probably get some money back. That's a good point. Good point, Adam. I didn't think of that. Profit at last. See? That's how I... Wait, is this Shazam? I think there's a spelling issue there. Right, and for a moment I've been playing a little bit. I was playing a little bit on autopilot here, all over the place. Just gonna call. And just gonna check now. Might be good. Nope. Actually, did we split this one? I think we might have, right? So I think I had the same kicker in the end. Yep, we did. This is ridiculous for 20 cents more. Yeah, thanks everybody, appreciate it. I appreciate it, guys. But table 2 is breaking. Yeah, great timing, Wheels. Awesome timing. That was such a lucky spot to be three-handed, 3 ways there. And I think pre-flop we were in pretty good shape. Like the other gentleman had quadruple suited aces, ace jack 9, whatever that was. And the third guy had, I don't know, like middling cards, something like that. So, certainly made a bunch of mistakes in other spots, but getting lucky there. Kind of saved the day for now. And with that we're up 50, 70 on RunItOnce. And 25, so 70, 95 in total, almost 5 buy-ins. For the day. Oh lord. Certainly gonna c-bet here. He could have anything. I don't think there's gonna be a lot of bluffing here. Like jacks are not gonna bluff. Even a flush draw is not gonna bluff, I think. At least not a lot. So if he comes over top, I'll intend to believe him. And it's not like I'm losing any massive amount of equity, to say the least, by having to fold my hand here. Not many miracle turns that could have saved the hand for us. Oh man, that's exciting. That is a nice hand. The King Jack 10-10 double suited. Looking mighty fine. Here, two peeps are sitting out. Not sure what's up with that. This is a... Oh, that's a board. Interesting. Giving us bottom set, blocking one of our full house outs. But blocking the Broadway as well, having two backdoors. Backdoor flushes. We can still comfortably call if he comes over top. I would be shocked if he does though. Yep, another heads up spot. This shall not stand, unfortunately. Ooh, never mind, somebody joined. Perfect. Not sure with the large gaps if this is just a straight up fold pre. Actually, let's check it out in a moment. Blind versus blind, check 8-8-5. Now as played, hitting the 5, hitting a pair, and still having the second nut flush draw. I think it's a fine call. For less than half pot, I believe it was. Or half pot. So let's check this out. Cards, and we're always good if you just cards. So there was big blind versus small blind. No, it's fine. Perfectly fine. Like all the paired hands are getting called there. Cool. This is it's one of the spots I never really looked into. Big blind versus small blind. I think that's fine. Even triple suited, the connectivity, I think saves it. Let's check it out as well. Let's check. Yep. And incidentally, that's the only... Actually, no, this one should be raised. Interesting. Raised folded at that, but still. See if we can just straight up steal it here. Yeah, I'll give up. Curious to see what he has. Queens. I think I said it when the cards were already exposed, but I was thinking it half a second earlier. That's what I'm claiming, at least. That's what I'm claiming the truth to be. Definitely getting called here. Side cards are decently connected. Suited ace, all good. We have a pair and an open-ender. None of the straights would be to the nuts, but I don't think that's too concerning here. Against a small blind raiser. Now this might slow him down. I don't know how observant he is. He just saw me bluff, so I'm gonna tone it down for a moment on this table. Should he check? I'm just gonna check behind, I think. Yeah. Yeah, and just go check behind if he checks again. Yeah. Pick another spot for, to bluff. Incidentally, both of them would have worked, but would have, should have, could have. Easy to say once you see the card. Let's check this one out. Let's wait until the pre-flop is over. Might actually be a raise, even with the dangler. I've checked these hands out earlier and I was slightly surprised by some of them. King checked. Nope, that one is a straight up fold. Cool. There's no calling with any king-jack hand there. They're all raises. Down to the 10-7, 9-7. This one I don't need to check, look up. Okay. Flop all the pairs. Still gonna stick to the half pot size here. Sorry, just chatting a little bit on the side with RunItOnce Nick. Had some questions. Gonna cut it out in a moment. Now, of course, there is a straight on board here, but I'm not worried about that against this player, I think. Not too much, at least. Although that might be wrong. He's a loose aggressive using the big blind. He could certainly have the straight or a very decent draw there. Twitchbot, I appreciate the kind words. Thank you very much. That does mean a lot to me. I'm certainly putting in the hours. I need to work on my game a lot, but... Okay. So we got some spots. This is an interesting one. Table 4 I took down. I think this is not a spot to check. I'm really trying to consciously work on my c-betting frequencies and tone it down. I think this is a spot I should c-bet. This is not what I'm gonna c-betting. I'm gonna be c-betting. I'm losing the ability to speak English, apparently. Raven! The results got saved by an 80 BB splat, 800 BBs, 80 euros, 200. How many BBs was that? Okay, let me start over. Welcome back, Raven. The results got saved by an 400 big blind splash, 80 euros, 3 ways, which we took down for a profit of 120. And getting us out of the hole on RunItOnce nicely. We're up around 90 for the day. certainly very welcome. This one I'm letting go. The gap is too huge. Let's watch this. Okay, I shrunk it down. 9, 6, 2 pair, take it down apparently. Ooh, I get a nice hand in the splash pot on table 1. Let's hope somebody raises. Alrighty, that's a good start. Would you care to call, sir? Place your bets now? Okay. Let's do this then. With the ace-ace 6-6 single suited, get a call. Money's going in, SPR is just a tad over 1. Not the most exciting board, but then again, not the worst either. Take it down and took down a decent pot there. Some rake back as well. King Queen 9-8, certainly fine for the button. Probably fine for the cutoff as well. Any earlier position and it's very likely a fold. No need to size up. Actually, no, I think it is. I think I looked this one up. Let's do so again. And it was, of course, the triple suit that threw me off there. So it's 6 is right. A663, I believe is what it was. Yeah. Ah, I wasn't wrong. It's a fold, triple suited. So I wasn't wrong in the first. I was wrong. In the end, I convinced myself to do it. Just gonna check here. 3 ways. Took down the pot with a 3-bet on table 1. The small blind against the button open when I had ace, king, queen, jack. Single suited. Gonna let this go. There's a bunch of straights and stuff. Not to mention full houses and all that jazz. That's one of them. What did the other guy have? He had a straight, yeah. So we're dead in 2 spots. And good thing I didn't bet the turn. Shazam for real, Raven. That was awesome. It's very lucky that we were only 3 ways. Right, so we get raised here. It's a no-brainer call. Side cards are decently connected. Really? Just with the call there, huh? Kind of an interesting spot that he just called. I mean, he had 6 more bucks behind there once he made his bet. I think in his shoes I'm folding or coming over the top, and more likely coming over the top. Yeah, you can't fold it, right? He had the gutter and a nut flush draw. Yeah. Okay. Be happy to keep checking this for a while. Because there's certainly queens and yeah, even kings out there. Kings a little less likely now. Yeah, with queens I would start betting here. Jacks, there's just too much unpleasantries that might happen. Too many unpleasantries. Okay, take it down. Take it down here with aces and have the ace, queen, king, king down here. Suited to the ace on table 4. Let's go. Yep. Button open, we gotta come over the top. Also not gonna fold this one to a 3-bet. Gonna be a... yeah. Gonna be a bet fold. Okay, now it's gonna be an all-in. As good as it gets when it comes to turns, I guess. Except for a king. No, yeah, a king. Right on. So you block queens. You might be using to take a shot here. Block straight draws, at least some of them. I'm still gonna take one off for this price. Curious to see what it does now. Here I flop decently. The 3rd nuts right away. He bets half pot over there on the flush board. I'm gonna call. Looks a lot like value. Kind of a strange bet sizing there. Oh, Adam! Appreciate the clip. Thanks, mate. I don't think he's gonna have a full house here, like basically ever. But also don't think I'm gonna get called by much.
Attention. Experience.
Hit the King Queen 9-8, so he certainly couldn't have called. Huh. How's that for a board? Wow. Just as I was about to ask. Adam is known for great timing. Really, what's the lead here? You know, I'm not necessarily calling to keep him in. I don't think he can call with anything. At least not very often at all. Which begs the question, why did I call him? Why didn't I raise? Should I be raising? Of course! Of course! That's why I wash my hair daily, so I look nice and neat on the webcam in case, you know, something, a clip gets shared. If he's kings, he's gonna win it all. I guess that's the long and the short of it here. I'm not checking behind, I'm not betting small. And there's some, yeah. I'll let you know, on this table things get rather exciting as well. I think I'm gonna come over the top here. I beat almost all jacks. I have a nut flush draw on top. Can fill up. Let's watch this. Ruler's Poker! Hey! Thank you very much for the host, mate. How are things going on your side of the table? So he's still deep in the tank. And Ruler's Poker, of course, has a fierce PLO player. And has a lot of, he does a lot of quizzing streams as well, where there's no delay. Here I'm gonna check behind. Not loving the spades at all, obviously. We do take it down, which is very nice. And he does the PLO Vision quiz streams, which are always entertaining and, you know, educational as anything. And by all means, I'm sure you're aware of him already, but if you're not, then do head over to his channel and check him out. And I hope your stream went well and your session. And for the viewer that came over, my name is NutRaisin. I am playing PLO 20, preferably as much as I can on RunItOnce. Otherwise I mix in some microgaming. And I do it basically full time. I do it every day. I stream long hours, and if you like the channel, chances are you'll catch me around, should you wish to. We had a mediocre day that got saved by a 400 BB splash pot, which we took down for a profit at 120. And now we're up around 100, I think. Last couple of pots certainly helped. Yeah. Yeah, we're actually up a little more. Like 110, something like that. Right on. Gotta walk with aces. Fair enough. Ooh. More aces. Arguably, these ones are a little bit nicer. Ace-Ace, 8-6, single suited. And it's nice to see that the PLO 10 pools are going strong the last couple of days. I've had a bunch of PLO 10 games going on. Sometimes even a bigger pool than PLO 20. Just sad for me, but good for the site and good for everyone else who wants to try out the site and start at the lower stake. Woot! I heard the noise. Oh, Ruler's Poker! Thank you! Thanks a bunch for the follow! We get raised here. We have the open-ender, a backdoor flush draw. I don't regret the c-bet at all, and I'm gonna call for now. And here, certainly gonna come over the top with ace-ace 4-4. Yet more aces finding their way to our side of the table. And that 9 is a sort of an interesting card. This is definitely an interesting flop. He ends up checking here, which I appreciate immensely. I'm also not gonna bluff. No point in doing so. Very nice. This is going pretty great, actually. Here I'm gonna bet smallish. Maybe induce a king. Which is a bit weird. It's a bit unorthodox, I guess. Betting small here. Down here, I would assume he doesn't have aces at this point. We have a 5, so it probably doesn't have a straight. Get called. Yeah, we get called as well. He did have aces. He had the quad kings. What the deuce? Damn. So 0 for 2, huh? He did have the aces down there. He had the quads, really? Oh, no worries, Ruders. I appreciate I appreciate the host nevertheless. No worries at all. Press money. Well, it's all I can do playing PLO 20. But thanks, I appreciate the very nice word. Gonna let this go. So on table 1 you're certainly gonna see me overfold, because I suck at heads up in short-handed game. Much prefer the 6 max, 6 ways, 600 games. The daily quads, huh? I can actually put that comment on repeat, Adam, the attorney. Let me know what you think. I should do it. So, being heads up here, as I said, it's not my jam. Down here... If it was a rundown, I would raise. Sorry about that. Some questions on Discord by RunItOnce, RunItOnce Nick. Okay, giving us a flush in the end. There's some hands that can call, 9s can call. Nope. Ooh. Ooh, that's also fair enough. The King 7-5 that triples through these kings on table 2 I like much more though. And we do flop a very top set. Start out by checking. Wow, now it's our time. Now it's our turn with the quads, I guess, to win a small one. Here, against the sleepy character, still gonna come over the top. Now, see, I couldn't tell you if it should be a raise fold or raise call. I think at this point I'm not folding it, blocking an ace. Take that one down. Take it down on table 2. Here we had an interesting spot on the turn, which is now kind of ruined unless we get the royal flush. No. Size down a little bit here. Maybe we can get called a little more often that way. Normally this is a fold actually in the small blind. I looked that one up. But against the min raise it's a completely different story. If he comes over the top though, I'm gonna pitch it. Blind versus blind here, we didn't have an awesome hand. We flop awesomely, I would say. So certainly interested in going for the check raise there. And being the 3-better, I'm gonna bet fold here. Right, so gonna go for the check raise for sure. On table 2 he called. This is an ugly card. On table 3 I took it down. And this had the potential to be ugly now. He bet full pot on the flop after I checked it to him. Decided to be sticky with the backdoor flush one, but now seeing that he is really short, I'm gonna put the money in. And we get a fold, which is all kinds of amazing. I don't get it at all. Like, what can you bet pot there and then fold that turn? You need a flush draw in? It's like lower two pair with a flush draw would be a disciplined fold. I'm not even sure if it's the correct one. In the cutoff, it's fine. In MP, I think with the 7 this would be followed as well. Let's check up on that. Queen Jack 10, 7, huh? And that's perfectly correct. The 10-8 would be a raise call. Single suited. And the 10s in MP, I'm talking about MP. And so I would assume in the cutoff this is completely fine. Yep. This one I'll let go. With the 4, I think the 4 again needs to be an 8 for sure. I don't know if a 7 qualifies. Let's check that out as well. Yeah. The 7 does not. The 8 would qualify. Right. Here I'm just gonna check. Here I get aces, which is pretty awesome. Even though they're not great aces, but we're not deep against anybody. That's helpful. He bet into, what was it, 3 people took it down. No, I don't think so. Of course I am on Rafael Madeira. Started a little bit later today because I had some stuff to do, but yeah. And I'll be doing the Sunday marathon as well. The Sunday sprint is not going to be a sprint for us, it's going to be a marathon. Gonna try to start as early as I can, which for me means, you know, around noon, something, hopefully. Not later than that. And then stream 12 hours until midnight. There's a break here and there, small one, but still. That'll be the plan for Sunday. Tomorrow, I'm not sure if I can make it according, if I can stream according to schedule. Because I might go fishing in the afternoon, at least a little bit, weather permitting, which is not really that permitting right now. But long ramble short, nice to see you back, Rafael. And the session went so-so. I took some losses that I can't take the blame for. I took some that I very certainly messed up. But in the end, we got saved by an 400 big blind splash pot. And we're now up, like... okay, we lost against quads with top full house against quads earlier. That was one buy-in. We're still up like 90 bucks or something for the day. Not gonna add any more money to our stack on this table. Unless he checks and we turn a 10. No, thank you. Manually. I'll do it manually, Rafael Madeira. If you're interested in streaming yourself and you're looking for ways to set it up, I'll happily help you. And the Glory Man! Glory be, glory be. Nice to see you back, Glory Man. Hope you're having a great day. You love the duck emote, that's awesome. I was on the fence about it. Because it, you know, that was the only thing that came to mind regarding the splash pods. But if you like it, then, you know, I'll take that as a vote of confidence, and it shall not be changed henceforth. Actually, I might check, I might be able to add a fourth emote at some point. There's something going on there with like how many subscribers I have, and then I unlock a new emote. Let me check that out. Okay, I would need 6 more subscriber points right now. Fortunately, they don't accumulate. They're always based on present subscribers. They don't accumulate over time. Session is going nicely indeed. I think you came just in time to hear me retell it for Rafael Madeira. Splash Pod saved us, and we are up 80-90 bucks right now. Have to check it out. Fortunately, we lost on an ace-king board with aces against quads. That was one bind down the drain, but still, can hardly complain. Yeah, we're up 90 bucks in total, I think. They are playing for a decent pot, it seems. 6s, 7-6, and ace-king. Wow! He 3-bet the ace-king 10-6, huh? Wow. Ace-king 10-6, suited. And we now have the hammer. In a splash pot, no less, allowing us to raise quite substantially. Just got a potted here, SPR of 2. Not gonna, no putzing around. Right, and of course, MPN made a clip. Don't get there, my friend. Does not get there with the open ender and no pair at all. Well, I hit a pair, I tell a lie. Aren't you fishing every day? Yeah, well. Tomorrow I'm going fishing for tench, actually. It's like a relative of the carp. And as opposed to the carp. And here I'm just calling because of this guy. Otherwise I would have folded this. Yet more aces down here. Arguably this can still, should still be folded even against an active player like this. It's gotta be tough to navigate a lot of flops, this one being one of them. No tough navigation required here at all. On table 1 he checks and he keeps checking. We know on the turn, now we're on the river. I take this one. Wow, really? There's a 4-bet fold? Hang on, I have to count the bets there. See if we are good here. Indeed we are. We had a decent hand though. This time around, double suited ace, 8, 6, 4, something like that. Right, let me count the bets there. 1, 2... We raised was a 3-bet, so it was a 4-bet actually by him. So he has a 4-bet folding range, really. Curious. That's awesome! I was gonna ask about a new emote idea. A giraffe emote! That's awesome! That's perfect! Raven! I'm gonna write this down right now. Thank you very much. That is perfection. Here we flop top and bottom against this gentleman. Now adding a flush draw. So we would need, I would need, unfortunately, to have a new emote, 6 more subscribers. I'm not, you know, I'm never fishing for anything like that on this channel. But that's just the reality of it. top set, no good. When's the set ever good? Wow, did we get lucky with runouts there? I can see the fishing stream. Right, do I get to take down that idea? Yes, I do. Even though I get more aces here, things are moving. Streamer stuff, that's the correct text file. Actually, let's use this one. Right, so this is shaping up to be another awesome pot. At least it's an awesome spot for now. Giraffe emote noted. Happily so. Wow. Yeah. Just gonna pot it here. They all have a little over one pot size left, so. So we have a gutter as well. We have the nut flush blocker. Come on, come on. Ah. With the good old 8-4-3 deuce, single suited 2-3. Fair enough. Well, I'm probably gonna need to auto the rebuy here. Because we get aces back to back. That was nasty. She's gonna fuck up, oh well. Okay, let's do this then. Kings. We have the flush draw covered as well. And he makes quads again, just like that. Well, I guess that's a good thing we didn't reload. That's the only hand you played. I read about it. Oh, that's nasty. I read about that. Yeah, condolences. And you know, you got double suited aces first head of the tournament. How much better can you feel? Followed up shortly by how much worse can you feel? Well, no one else is laughing. Well, count me in. Not at you. No, not about you. I mean, whatever the more polite version is. Oh boy. So the dynamic avatars don't tell the whole story. Tight aggressive, my ass. I guess he had a feeling. He had a feeling he would hit it. For next PLO class. Okay, we flop decently. Some blockers, gutter, and second nut flush draw. Well, that's no good then. I shall have a giraffe. And that takes care of that. Sorry, here. And the fourth table is opening up, that's awesome. And I get welcomed in style with aces. Get a walk. We have potentially an interesting spot here. Yeah, that was a true yikes. Couldn't let it go. That one wasn't fun. And he left the table now. Took almost winnings, fair enough. As far as turns go, you know, this one is pretty much the best we could have hoped for. Still gonna check. No bad beat stories. with a nicely double-suited ace here. Let's come over the top. I was not gonna fold to a 4-bet. Jua, welcome back. It's the second time I got quartered today. Last time I had the top full house with aces. There was an ace on the board, I had aces, yeah, and the turn brought another king. Easy game indeed. They keep doing it to me. But they also gave me this 400 BB splash pot, so I'm not gonna be too sad about anything. Get raised here, I'm gonna let it go naturally. A little bit too ambitious to call there. I don't know, Glory. After you played PLO for a while, going back to 2 cards is weird. Especially for serious money. In a home game it's fine, or in a, I guess in a tournament. In a cash game it's just weird. Just don't like people to know it. Also a sensible approach, I feel. Over here I turn rather nicely. That's a crazy dude. And of course you come in for the pretty much the only time I use harsh language on this channel. If he has it, he has it. He is just way too unpredictable. And he had it the whole time. Welcome back, Mogris. I knew, when I read perhaps you should see, I knew what the last word was gonna be there. Right, and thanks for the shout out, of course. If you want to see a great mixed game player playing Raz, whatever all the mixed games are. What are they called? Raz, Baduji, PLO, High-Low. And just an awesome stream, then head over to Marguerite's stream. Always so very entertaining. Great storyteller and just all around wholesome human being. At least on the stream. I don't know what dog things you're up to off stream. Certainly not gonna tell you about my dog things. Spencers! Hey! Welcome to the channel, Spencer. So welcome back, I should say. Sorry about that. Things are going A-okay. If we don't, you know, as long as we don't get quadded a third time now. Because we're up against quads twice. But the session is still going quite alright. We get aces on our table. Yeah, there's that. A bunch of streamers are here today. That's true. Gonna spread the word, Raksha. What are you doing? All of them. Just bet them all and wait for the appeals. Those are the only people that would care about the channel, really, right? The people that would appeal. That woke up Adam. Now that's a rather fine board. Probably a good one for the checking range. Okay. So now a bunch of straights that I beat can call. Of course the small flush can also call. This time it worked out though. And Mogris, the Twitch free roll is on stars. Right, the Nightbot just did its job there and posted the relevant information. Whew. Really relevant information here in this board, telling me that we have the nuts. I got my eyes everywhere. I see things. So, after some pretty nasty beats, we're still doing fine. We're up 50, 70, oh, around 80, I think. Pairing the board, that's not a nice thing to do. That is not a nice thing to do at all. He checks and that's awesome. So here, potentially a little bit unwisely, I came over the top with a triple suited hand. I'm gonna check this out in a moment. This is definitely a fine board to c-bet on. So kinda got saved by the dealer there from potentially my own stupidity. Let's check it out. Small blind versus button. Get the ace king 10. What was that? Some dangler, right? Oh no, not even a dangler. Ace king 10 8. Oh, that part is alright. This looks also mighty fine, allowing us to put another bet in. Ah, you know what? It's not that far off the mark. The ace king 10 8 would be a fine raise fold. Even triple suited. Let's put one bet in. No! Come on, come back. Managed to come back a bunch of times yesterday. Fuck me. Hang on, I'll just let RunItOnce Nick know so this time you can see it on stream. Oh no, he's not there. Ugh. Okay. I'm gonna take a screenshot so I can tell support later. Hang on, I'll just save that screenshot and then I'll restart the client. Okay, done and done. Yeah, that's definitely not on my end. I have no drop frames, my internet is fine. Right, sorry about that. Right, so I'm still in this and I now have a hand? Actually, no, this is gonna make it... well, he's really short, I can't fold now. He has a speed, he has a speed. It's not unlikely at all. Kinda ran out of time there to really consider anything. Yeah. Okay. Flopping the flush with the remaining stack size here is as good as it gets, I guess. For bad kings, kings as bad as these. Unfortunately, he has the top set and fills up right away. So here I was a little bit hampered by timing. By my remaining time bank. A little bit unfortunate there. Okay. Open-ender, backdoor flush draw, I guess. Well, more of a wrap than an open-ender. See if I can just straight up steal it here. On table 1 the 3-bet worked and I took it down pre. Here the bet doesn't work. What do you have? This one actually almost the exact same hand I checked out earlier. They're all fine calls with a pocket pair and definitely a suit as well. Right, so what did she call with there? On table 3, she had... Oh, the king high flush, well, excuse me. It starts Sundays. Apply for the Nut House home game. Hang on, I can probably show you on stream. Give me a moment. Just need to close the poker tracker here because it's a version I can't use on stars anymore. I had it open for micro gaming earlier. Right, so I'll show you in a second. Happy to check behind you. Make 2 pairs, second nut flush. Now with all the 9s, even though they just see me bluff, I'm not sure if he's that observant. Well, that'll work too, except that it puts a flush out there. With a 9 in my hand, I'm gonna call it. With a 9 of clubs, otherwise I'll fold here happily. No good. Right, so in PokerStars, Mogri, you go to more. Well, if I can. And there you have home games. And there you look for the poker club, the Nut House, or you use the description from the Discord chat. And then, yeah, and that's it, basically. And then you're part of the Nut House. This is awesome bet sizing. Right, 2 more fellow nuts, so to say, accepted. Now there are a bunch of us. 15 members, right on. This one I'll let go. Much more interesting down here, aces. So yeah, we have two tournaments for the reasons that we have one play money and one real money. And the play money can be played by anyone in the world. So even in the USA you can play money on stars. And of course, it's also fine for all the people who just don't want to put up any real money, which is perfectly alright. Just want to hang out with us. You're in the money. Just catching up with the chat now. Oh, okay, it seems you were talking about 2 different free rolls there. Raksha had her own, or is talking about a different one, and I was talking about the one, of course, that, you know, we are doing. And as an added bonus, there's gonna be a $5 prize pool in the Play Money tournament, which I can just PayPal, send via PayPal to the winners. Getting some merchandising. Yeah. The thought kind of weirds me out, but honestly I have been thinking about it a little bit. It's definitely a strange thing to consider. Really? Really? You would like it? I don't know, I don't quite know the right adjective for that. Definitely funny. Surreal? Strange? Weird? Then funny again? I don't know, like a mix of all of these. I'm gonna note that comment down, Raksha. With the bad beat clothing. Thanks for telling me. I'm actually gonna take one off here. Giving us a gutter. Okay. Fair enough. Probably didn't get the right price down the turn. I think I would be well advised to take a 5-minute break in a few moments, just to clear my head a little. Don't think I'm playing particularly well right now. So, top pair and the flush draw, definitely calling here. Making my flush. Awesome, Raksha, awesome! Well, thank you very much. Huh. A cartoonist. Now this is mighty nice. Yeah, for the giraffe I actually had some, would have some ideas. So let's do this one here. I have the open ender this time, unfortunately only. But I didn't have that much behind in that spot. Don't take me, Tech Nutty. Yeah, I feel that's a thing to do right now. Go on a short break in a few moments. I think it's gonna be good for the win rate. Yeah, we lost a little, but we're still up 50, so like 2.5 buy-ins, a little more than that. Not horrible. And some of them couldn't be avoided. Getting quartered twice didn't help. That's also not the end of the world. Yeah, I think it's a plus EV move. Stream has been going on for 2 hours, 40 minutes. And it's good timing too, the tables are filling up, so hopefully they will all be there when I get back. Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, it's a thing. It's just... Honestly, the thought will take a moment or two to get used to. Yeah, sure, I mean, why not? Oh lord, my friends are gonna make so much fun of me. And then I'll make it buy a t-shirt. Oh, that's gonna be fun telling them. Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, I'll do it. I'll look into it, and I'll gladly take advantage of the shoutout or of the hookup, Raksha. That would be awesome. Right, I'm gonna leave you with this table because it's full. I suspect it'll be around for a couple of minutes. Should you wish to stick around, I will be back in no more than 6 minutes, I think. Right. Right. See you in a few moments. Thanks for watching and thanks for keeping me company, everybody, so far. And back, thanks for sticking around, everybody. One table got down to two-handed, that one I close. 17 entries into PLO 20 pool, so new one is bound to open fairly soon. And until the patch comes in, we're still posting, but there are worse things than posting with this hand. The ace, king 3, suited to the ace. Looking alright. Right, so it seems the chat was lively in my absence. Let me... Thanks for sticking around for such a long time, Raksha. Have a good meal. Down here, again I posted, which is why I'm in this hand. I do flop the nut straight. That's a very welcome card. Ooh, Merivale, huh? Oh, check her out. Wow! Wow, that is good stuff. Thanks a bunch, Raksha. Yep, straight is good. You would buy one, huh? Well, let's do that then. Let's get some get some merchandising. This is quite a thing. Welcome back to your own stream. Well, thank you. I don't think anybody ever said that. Alright, as a Spaceballs fan, I'm all for merchandising. Can't do the flamethrower though. Or can I? For when you're running hot. Nah, needs a better tagline. For when you're on fire? Needs more work. Right, back to business. Back to winning some parts again. Hopefully. Okay, I'm gonna keep an eye on one microgaming table where there are at least two peeps that are definitely fun to play against, to put it like that. For double suited hand, I think this one is doable. So very nicely connected. Let's check once more. Not sure if I'm gonna be doing any folding. Kings probably would have c-bet here. It's pretty nice. So straight is not gonna raise. Yeah, I don't think a straight would raise here, so he's either bluffing or with that. Probably not that many river race bluffs on a board like this. It is! Gloryman, agreed. She's awesome. Yeah, very happy to have her on board. Wait, that's the wrong button. And the fourth table opens up. With a suited ace. I think I'm not supposed to fold here. Oh, good thing I didn't. Get aces over here. I get to put a bet in. On table 2 I get called. Which is mighty nice. Called in 3 spots, really? 2 spots. Gonna go for the bet fold. We get 1 fold here. And I get a fold on table 1, taking it down. You're right, I mean... If you want them nuts roasted. That's a good one. That's a good one. Needs a little work, but that would be a good tagline. Get a call here, which is awesome. With the uber nuts. Need to let it go. Oh, and in case you haven't seen it, I dug up an awesome PLO stream that was broadcast on Lex Veldhaus's channel. A live game. It was basically a home game where they played for fairly high stakes for like 3 hours, and everybody got shit-faced drunk. There's no better way to put that. Not a more polite way. And some names too, like Zygmunt, Patrick Antonius, Jungleman. And you can find it in the Discord under clips, I believe. And this was a very entertaining 3 hours watching that. By the end, they took shots, and I think they were up to like 15 shots or something during that session. It was longer than 3 hours, but it was kind of condensed, all the interesting spots, with Lex Veldhaus providing commentary on the stream for it. And yeah, all kinds of entertaining. If that sounds interesting to you, then head over to the Discord and check that out. I had a great time. We flop an open-ender, and that is it. On a rainbow board though, so it does have some value. That's a very decent bet sizing of you, sir. Let's do it your way. Yeah. See if I can take it down, having no showdown value whatsoever. Right on. Nope, not under the gun. And I would assume that is correct too. Let's check it twos. Yep. And it's not even close. So I guess roughly another hour of stream. I'm slowly getting hungry. Deep in the tank, huh? They do. Like right now not, but usually right now there are only 2 entries in the pool, but they were going... let's keep watching this. They are usually going on quite regularly, yeah. Like on the whole, I would think more than PLO 20. We have a huge splash over here. It's not quite the hand I want to raise to a good part of my stack size. A little more than 1/5. Here I flop decently. And here it gets raised. I mean... take it down on table 1. Let's do it. There's just so much extra money in there. It's decent-ish connectivity. No miracle flop, unfortunately. He likes it. I c-bet the flop here. I think this is a decent flop to c-bet on. Even though the big blind certainly can catch a piece here. Can catch a draw. That'll be alright by my standards. Yeah, you should have. Hell of an entertaining session. The PLO bit. I think I watched it on my day off. Okay. Blind versus blind. King, king, queen, 5 sounds mighty fine. Oh, I hadn't noticed the one table on micro that I have open on the side is in fact a PLO 50 table. I'm still gonna sit down, short stack there, and check out that guy that's sitting there. Now that I have my database imported, I'll be able to tell quickly if he's indeed worth my time or not. And I do have position on him. So immediately to his left. So it might be a profitable endeavor. Right, so we have a pair, second nut flush draw, and a gutter ourselves. So I'm really not interested in folding just yet. Well, it doesn't change much, that 4. Very nice to T now. Checks. I have a block to the second nut flush draw in diamonds as well. No, it was a 24 big blind, so $4.80. There was one guy who put in like $6, which is why it was 12 at this point, I think. Now let's hope this is the I'm gonna fold tank and not the I'm just waiting to come over the top. Nice. Here, just gonna do the limp. That was a nice spot, taking that one down. Nice little pot coming our way there. I don't know if I should have bet here with all the blockers on the rainbow board. I mean, probably as good as it gets. To consider a bet on. Okay, giving us 2 pair, top 2, and blockers to the nuts. That'll do me just fine. If somebody bets, I'm gonna come over the top, I think. If somebody bets, they probably have the ace-6 as well. At least it's more likely than the, 4-5. Righty, let's do this. Oh yeah, indeed, that gentleman on the PLO 50 table is a juicy one. Let's see what my EV against him is. Actually, he's up against me EV-wise. Still. We took that one down. Bad beat clothing. Noted. Noted and will do. Check 5-6 from the button. Let's come over the top here. And now we're gonna fold. Awesome, Gloryman. Will do, will do. Thank you very much. Interesting spot here. Actually, I should have led here. I think I would have liked that a lot. No, I'm never gonna be sad about getting more money in here, should he decide to come over the top. So we are blocking middle set. Now if he comes over the top, I'm folding. But I think blocking at least one of the sets arguably makes it a bet. We do take it down though. Ace is down here. And again we flop a lot of aces when we have aces. Ooh, in position I could have sized down here. Especially with the king in my hand. That was my bad. Here I'm going for the pure bluff, being the pre-flop raiser, and blocking the nuts with an ace in my hand. Doesn't matter, still a fine fold. Ace, queen, queen, jack here, suited to the ace, and we have double paired kings suited to the king on table 1. Start up by checking here. Now things get a little bit more interesting. Still gonna check, keep the pot small. Here I'm gonna check as well. In the end, I end up making 2 pair. Might be good. So we here somehow make a very decent hand. Here I'm gonna fold. Watch this then. Sorry for the wild switching. And here, definitely a 3-betting hand. Perfectly double suited rundown. Not perfectly double suited, but at least the rundown part is perfect. Woof! The flop ain't. Oh, we're 3-ways, then I wouldn't have. I thought this guy had folded. Then I wouldn't even have bothered. I mean, 2 aces out there does cut down on the amount of aces he can have significantly, but that was my bad. It gives us a gutter at least. And a pair, which I don't think means much. Yeah, 2 pair probably doesn't either. He called, if he doesn't have an ace and he called, then he called with kings most likely. We shall not find out. So he bet the flop for a relatively small sizing. On the short stacking table, I'm in an interesting spot where I'm gonna go all in. Turning 2 pair. So he bets... Come on, don't do it to me. Nice. He bets big and I'm kinda confused. There aren't that many full houses out there. There's not many 10-5s in people's hands. He could have 5s, but we have the 7 blocking that. Actually, I'm gonna call this one. I'm really not making... I'm getting the calling for large sizes on the river moves out of my repertoire. But here I kinda... Okay, he did have it. The 10-7. Yeah, but I think the reasoning was sort of sound. Like, if ever I'm gonna call a big river bet, this might be a spot to do it in. Right on, Glory. Thanks for sticking around. Took it down on table 1, by the way. Thanks for being around, and you do stuff. Stuff needs to be done. That's what stuff is there for. Gonna check once more. And thanks for the good lucks. Ooh, they're playing for a huge one. We should never have been in there, that's all good. On table 2 I took it down with a 3/4 river bet. Yeah, I'll happily squeeze. Was not gonna fold against the 4-bet, being at 50 big blinds here. See if something interesting ends up happening here. Okay, so he puts us all in here, I'm not folding. Like, basically all in, so I'm not just calling here, leaving 150 behind or whatever it is. Against the aces we have some equity. None of our flush draws are covered. Come on, 10? Or any 2-pair would have been good as well. Denied. Oh well. Well, we're still breaking even for the day. Well, actually we're up 1.5, 2 buy-ins I think, still, so it's not horrible just yet. Gonna take one off here with the nut flush blocker, okay. Up here I'm taking one down. No, he made a flush in the end, okay. Sorry, I had the wrong table there. Wasn't a super exciting spot anyways. He folds, which I'm all for. The fan, no! Hang on, I can... Now I can't tell you from my poker tracker because that's for shorthand for me playing 30 big blind poker, and it's also skewed the way poker tracker works on microgaming. I think it's over 100 is something I read in a recent 2+2 or Reddit post. Hang on, I'm finding a... It's from 2011, but still a post from 2+2. $180 is what I'm reading. 105 is another number. Another one confirms the 105. I'm sure there's some extra money in here. 121, 140 is our numbers that I'm getting. 158. 200 one has. Wow. So I guess like the average would be 160, 170. And also welcome to the channel, the fan. If you're looking for fairly high stakes from my perspective, no limit magic, 2-card magic going down, then look no further than the fan's channel. He is playing high stakes, the highest stakes available on RunItOnce, I believe, no limit. I don't know if you play 1k NL, I've seen you play 500 for sure. So do check him out if that's your thing, and it's a good channel as well. Makes it very entertaining. You have decent double suited kings here. Like if a bunch of people call, I'm certainly gonna squeeze. So let's do that then. Bye. See you later, Glory Man. Don't get raised, which is good news. I mean, the only thing really to worry about is jacks here, right? Block 6s, there shouldn't be 3s at all. think I'm gonna go with this one. Thanks for the good luck, fan. Always, always. He's coming over the top, so let's hope he doesn't have jacks. It's certainly not the standard move to put it in here with 3 peeps behind you, but... Okay, just a jack. Come on. Come on. Really? That's how you want to play it? Ugh. There's a huge range, agreed, yeah. So here we get raised, which is awesome. Having aces. And that was just a deja vu of a hand yesterday. Where the guy caught the jack on the river as well. With a similar hand. And there actually had him down to 2 outs on the turn. And deja vu all over again, huh? Just calls. Here money is going in. Not super excited, but we have a backdoor flush draw, we have a gutter. Not blocking kings, unfortunately. But this one plays itself. Slow roll with kings? No. Very nice wrap. So that's 2 buy-ins. That was fun. That's a good point. The splash pots are gonna make a difference there with the standard deviation, yeah. So we get to try again with more aces. These are pretty crappy, but I shall not complain. And yet more aces on another table. Wow, awesome. Good raise there. We have hands all over the place right now. On every single table we have a hand. Let's do this one first then. Aces as well. We're splitting this one up, I think. I have a very squeezable hand up here as well. The other aces took it down. Given the SPR and my remaining stack, just gonna push here. I think that is okay. So let me double check on table 1 with the animation being the way they are. No, he took it down. Tens. 3 tens. Ugh. So we lost aces against aces there. Jesus Christ in a basket. That's nasty. Good for 3 buy-ins in like 5 minutes, wow. Must be nice. They removed 2k for now? Okay, I didn't know that. And it was 2k, right. Oh, okay. Then you guys do you down here. I thought it was 1k. Not gonna fold just yet, making 2 pair. Interesting spot here. Right, so gonna check this. And we split it up. Might be a helpful card in all honesty. We do block queens. Right on. Well, I was busy on this table. I took down like a €7 pot on table 1. The splash pot. Seems to be an action table down here. But man, that hurt. Lost with aces 3 times. Jesus. You will, Defan. You will. I take it we'll be battling this time then. You're gonna take down first if you're gonna go for it. Because you multi-table more, I think. But nice to have some competition. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for the good luck. And see you soon. Should you be playing tonight, then I hope you're having a good session. Maybe I'll drop by myself. Okay then. The reason why I called was that he checked really quickly on the flop. So basically sort of a timing tell a little bit. Which didn't work out. Okay, not gonna go crazy here with a wrap. On a paired board, having no hearts. But it's not horrible. Took down a little bit short stacking, so we're up 35. We're down like a little less than 1 buy-in in total. Like 15 bucks, something like that. Too bad we were up 100 at some point, but probably not a healthy way of thinking about it. You're almost never gonna finish your session on your high point, so fair enough. Okay, in that case, no. The pool has developed nicely though. 37 entries. Actually 29. Just dropped. Maybe I misread it a moment ago. But my main point is that on a table with a lot of sleepy dudes and tight dudes, we are bound to find a better one. Yeah, found one already. The other tables seem fine. This also seems fine. Flopping the nuts with a redraw. Get a call, which is amazing. We have a very decent board here as well, one I don't mind putting more money in. Even without a pair, we have an awesome wrap. Took it down on the other table with the wrap. The board needs to pair, huh? Well, there are queen jacks, jack tens out there for sure. Sorry, I had the wrong table and focused there for a moment. He checks and that's awesome. What does this gentleman have there? Maybe a king 9? Ace 10, 9, 8, so the low straight, okay. This one I'm letting go. Not any hands to speak of right now. That'll work for me. Well, we do have the 10 covered, so we have that going for us. Over here we make 2 pair now. Not sure how happy that I should be about that. Just gonna call down here, I think. He found the bet button and it was no good. Yeah. Don't have a great feeling about this. Yeah. Oh, good thing we didn't raise, I guess. Also the 10-9 was pretty much the only thing that makes sense there. He's not gonna have the 9-4, he's not gonna have the 9 deuce. So I'm gonna check fold. Cool, take that one down. Rasam, welcome back to the channel, mate. Yes, and then the dealer made me lose it. At times where I didn't play that well, but last 20 minutes I just got a bunch of tough beats. Lost with aces 3 times. And couldn't do much about it. We had a nice 400 BB splash pot, which took us to 100 euros profit, and right now we are, I think, still less than 1 buy-in down. Kind of swingy, but not horribly so. I mean, 5, 7, 8 buy-ins swing a day is, or a session is not terrible. So yes, the answer is yes, but yes, I won a lot of money, but I lost it all. Wow, and he called with aces on this board, huh? Interesting. And all things considered, I think I'll go on a break in like 10 minutes. Until later tonight. Need some food. Yeah, I'm getting hungry. Okay, I guess we have a gutter and a flush draw. Over here we're gonna squeeze. Actually, you know what? Now that I do it, I need to check this one out, if this one is indeed kosher to squeeze with. Awesome, Razam! Awesome! Happy to hear it. Shazam, indeed. That's 2.5 buy-ins. I mean, it's not a bad board. We do have the nut flush draw. It's not a great board, but we do have the nut flush draw, is what I mean. What's going on here? Are we taking this one down? We might, actually, the way this hand was played out. Checks once more. Let's do more of the same, and we river the nuts. Yeah, congratulations. And I saw that a bunch of PLO 10 games were going throughout the day. Like right now they died down, but I'm sure if anybody would want to, you can just put all your entries in there and have them started up fairly soon. He had decided to take a, let's put it nicely, say medium strong hands to battle for a splash. Not a tiny splash, €1. Do flop an open-ender, backdoor flush draw. Get a flush draw in as well. Maybe setouts might be good as well. By the way, on the nut flush table with the ace, king, jack, 6, whatever, we got caught. Got a nice pot there. I mean, every once in a while we're good. Really rarely. Not this time, apparently. Wow, and a very decent splash here. Definitely gonna go for this one. Helps that you're a little bit short. Yeah, I'm not folding. Well, okay, now it's getting kind of ridiculous. Alright. Well, we're not in bad shape. Anybody have an 8? Shazam! The triple up! Plus €5. Awesome. Taking us back into profit will. That's very welcome. Yeah, so now 10 down on RunItOnce, and in total up like 25, a little more than one buy-in. I shall take it. That's quite nice. And incidentally, splash the pot, heavy razor. Actually, wait. And splash the pot, heavy collar. Splash the pot, heavy collar. Seeing some notes on these guys. What did the initial 3 better all inner, I guess, show up with there? What's his name? Sean. At the Jack 7, 6, 4 double suited. They're always double suited. those quote-unquote crappy hands. Yeah, I think Happy Razor's fine. It's not quite Maniac territory. Oh, it's close. Right, let's see if we can take this one down by checking our way to profit. We might. Yeah. Get raised by a loose passive. That is worrying. Ace King. Two very nice flush draws. Some connectivity. I'm not folding. Okay. Don't know if that's a spot to lead. I mean, I'm never folding here. That's for certain. Here we took it down. I mean, if any of these guys have the nut flush draw, I'm in pretty bad shape. Am I folding here now? I would like to phone a friend. I need more time. I think I'm folding this one. Of course, of course. Nah, I think it's fine. Let's take a look at the cards. We're gonna see a showdown. Nobody had a flush draw, okay. Still, given that action, the second nut flush draw, it's lucky that nobody had a flush draw here, but don't see that all that often. I don't know. Maybe that was way too nitty. Second nut flush three ways. I don't know. Gonna call here once. Sounds like a good start. Blocking the nut straight, which is helpful. Not blocking aces. And cool, we lost the minimum. This one is definitely a fold. With a single suited hand in the small blind, we're going to be playing out of position. All the four cards need to work together better than was the case there. On the table with Sean, I have decent double suited kings. Okay, let's do this first. And I get raised by Sean. It's tempting. That's a decent river. Yeah, should have. I should have. I talked myself out of it. Would have been a huge pot. Yeah, yeah. Oh, the boot face is an awesome emote, I have to say. Yeah, I talked myself out of it. Actually, let me note this one down as well. For later review, and I'll post it on my Discord. See what other people would have done. I have a feeling they would have pushed, and they're probably correct too. So, in position, out of position, I would maybe come over the top here. Dicey. That's a very decent bet size. That's a dicey turn. Then again, I don't think he's gonna be checking a lot of king queens after being the 3-better. Even after the net fold, DOI have it decided to follow the channel. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And if you want, we are having a home game on Sunday. One for play money, one for... Play money has an added prize pool that I'm adding, like a small one, $5. I can't afford more, but the main point is we're having a friendly tournament on Sundays on Stars. And one for play money where everybody can join no matter where they live. Even in restricted countries you can play money on Stars. And should you wish, there's also a $2.20 buy-in tournament. Going down from now on every week. And just in time, the Nightbot put the info for that in the chat as well. That looks like a decent hand. Perfectly double-suited rundown, king high, no gaps, takes it down pre. Kind of a pity. Just looks so nice. Here I'm definitely waiting for any nice looking hands to put some money in against Sean here. And this guy ain't much better. He's not aggressive, but he's, let's say, calling a little bit too wide. For a given value of a little bit. Wow, a Sean fold on the button, huh? Who would have thought he had it in him? Okay. That's the right hand for the right table. Nah, unfortunately the right person made the wrong move and folded. Really? What happened to this table? Where's all the pizzazz gone? Blind versus blind. This is a very nice looking hand. King Queen 10-5 double suited. Takes it down. We're just taking down blinds. I mean, if that keeps going on, then that's fine as well. It'll take a while, but we'll be rich by the end of the night. Oh, do I have it? Now I see the name correctly. Sometimes takes a while with the names. For me to make sense of them. That makes more sense. With the deuce and the 3, well, on the button it's probably right. Any other position with the deuce and the 3, this is definitely a fold, even though it looks nice, this hand. I don't think it's a fold on the button, right? Has to be too nitty, even for me. We have a gutter, we have a nut flush draw. Let's take one off. Not particularly in love with the bet sizing. Yeah, the button is fine. Let's check out different positions then. Let's check out the cutoff. There it's still fine. Let's say MP is probably where it stops being okay. And that's correct. More aces on the right table. Well, let's try this again, shall we? Come on! Okay. Gonna be tough to make a full house. If no flush blockers, I think I'm gonna size up a little bit. Just a little bit from my standard half pot size here. Don't want to play any guessing games on various turns. Just gonna put the money in here. Let's hope we're not dead yet. Okay. And we split this one up. Fortunately / unfortunately. Not good enough. Too disconnected. Very tempting, but not good enough. Like, make it on the button, less people left to act behind us. Maybe I'll think about it, but... not on that spot. I was kind of curious with these not suited to the ace hands, but I think this one is fine. The connectivity makes it okay. Let's check it out. It's BB versus MP. Queen Jack 9. Yeah, it's fine. It's a fine call. Down to the Jack 8 only. Being not suited to the ace. Suited to the ace, it's all the ace queen jacks are calls. Even ace queen jack 6, which would kind of be the worst one. What? How did that work? How in the hell did that work? Like an ace jack 10 whatever? 10 and 8 6. How did he not bet there with the rep? Wow. Okay. Sort of by checking here. By the way, here I should have folded. I kind of called on autopilot. Question is, does he like this board? Answer is no. This time it's no. Not quite. And man, the last days we've seen a lot of splashes the last week. During the Sunday sprint we saw 3 major splashes. Yesterday we saw that one that we... No, today we saw the one that we took down. The 400 BB splash. Huh. Running well when it comes to splashes. Also when it comes to winning them. Like, overall. We had a stretch there where we lost 6, 7 in a row. Okay. Interesting spot coming up here. I'm not gonna fold the double suited 9987, perfectly connected. Suited to the 9. Well, duh. If it's double suited, it needs to be suited to the 9s. Scratch that. You never heard that. What am I talking about? Yeah, I think it's time for food. Like 5 minutes, then it'll be a nice even 4-hour stream. Here, nothing exciting is gonna happen. I'm not gonna try to bluff at it. No. Sleepyhead McTight. Oh, but you look at that. I'm asleep at 2 tables. Never mind. But tight passive, But tight aggro, tight passive on 2 others. Oh, they're playing for a nice splash, or what's going on? Oh, small splash, but nice raise, apparently. Okay. Okay. Why did I check it out? Completely on autopilot. What the deuce? So I hope we're gonna be good. Yep. Ah, turns out the check worked out nicely. Okay. Ace King Deuce Deuce, double suited. That's fine enough. Can also call a raise. Can also flop a bottom set. 100 BB deep. 1 backdoor nut flush draw. Just gonna be a call. Double suited, it's a different story. Single suited, it's just a call, as far as I remember. We end up making a backdoor flush here. Actually, might have bet this one, to be honest. Backdoor flushes are okay to bet. As played, I'm gonna call it. Well, as I said, I should check it and let him bluff. Start off by checking. Don't necessarily want to get raised here. Do have some decent equity. I think all in all the smarter thing to do here is to check once more, not blocking his trades at all. I think you just hate to get raised here. This way we can just comfortably call down. Or call at least, not saying we're gonna call down. So there are two hands that beat us, right? The 9-7 and the Jack-9. Might have picked up a nice draw, like a King-Jack of hearts. So I have no hearts, I have no Jack, no King. Also I have no blockers to the straights, but I think here I'm gonna call this time. Woo! Baby! Yeah, that's good for me. How was it for you? Right, one more orbit on all tables. Oh wow. We get some nice hands. We got this one as well. It's a shortish, still not really short stack, but a little bit short. Here we get min raised, which is just all kinds of amazing. Get called on table 1. A flop and open ender, backdoor flush draw. Not sure what to do here. Here I know what to do. Oh, on table 1 that worked out nicely. Kings. Kings are in rough shape, my friend. No! Like that, really? Ugh. Let's see if he can avoid a bad beat here. He was in rough shape there. Oh, man. Well, that was fun for the whole family. Yeah, agreed, Razam. Within reason. There's some hands that look nice and that definitely need to be folded. But otherwise I agree. Now, wasn't that a fun end to this session? Losing the better part of 2 buy-ins there. Ah, fun in the bun. We raise fold. Down here we get raised, so I'm also pitching this. And that's alright. So that did some damage, now we are basically breaking even. I think that's the verdict right now. 33, 35. Yeah, we're like still a couple of bucks in profit. But not as much as before. I don't know, I like the one on table 1. That was alright, where we flopped the nut straight with the nut flush. I mean, tough balls with that one. The one on table 3, where he had the King Jack 10, that was nasty, him making 2 pair there. Tough to make 2 pair when you already have a pair in your hand. Hail to the Redskins! It's not going terribly. We just got beat down. I think you'll see it in a moment. We took down the one with the queens, that's awesome. I'm unfortunately at the tail end of my session. Been on for over 4 hours and I need some food. And I shall go get some in a moment. Right. Right, so thanks everybody for watching. I will be back like in 2 hours according to the schedule. as according to the schedule, and we're gonna have the home game tournaments on Sunday, so check those out if you want on the Discord. Just type !Discord if you wanna know more, if you wanna find a link to the Discord. I'm gonna head over to PokerBra's place. He does the no delay tournament streams, and I think he's on the final table if that's alright. Always entertaining over there. And yeah, nothing left to say, but thank everybody, thank you all for keeping me company, for watching. And should you wish to, I'll be back tonight. We are $5-6 in profits, having taken a bunch of nasty beats. I played bad in some spots. Overall, I'm happy with how I played it. Not too happy with the dealer, but enough of me rambling on. See you soon.